Maybe I'm just trying to play cool, but I just can't hide that I want you. Wait a minute, 이게 뭐지? 내 심장이 울렸다. 자꾸만 뛰어. 저 멀리서도 oh my gosh, 끌어당겨 you're my crush. 조는 유처럼 거대한 재석이 된 것만 같잖아. 네 모든 게 내 맘에 달라붙어 버려 boy. Remake 네 days 인정할게. This time I want you, like it's magnetic. Super equilibrium. Like it's magnetic. Super equilibrium.
Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much for the subs.
Baby, don't say no. 집안들 그때 R-type. 넌 제일 완전히 애소한 극이지만 그래서 끌리지. 내가 만들어 green light. 이 여잔 별장이지. So let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. 숨기고 싶지 않아 자석 같은 my heart. 내 맘에 끌림대로 너를 향해 갈게 boy. Remake 네 taste 인정할게. This time I want you, like it's magnetic. Super equilibrium. Like it's magnetic. Super equilibrium. Push and pull 전속력으로 너에게 갈게. Chemistry 나와 몰입해 지금 순간에. Push and pull 내게 집중 후에는 난 할래. Never holding back 직진해 yeah. This
Hello? Hey you! Thank you for the 3 months, homie! Get your shit together. All I'll say is a problem is only a problem. You let it be. What is the problem? My phone's at 13% by the way, and I'm at home. Good. Don't watch. I'm just kidding. I have inside information. Inside information about what? So it feels weird not having my horns. You know, it feels weird. My head feels so smooth brain. Fine, I'll leave now. I was kidding. JK. I kid. Haha. I child, you know? Unfriended on everything. Unsubscribe, unfollow, left this guy. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, Itoshi? With the raid? Yo, I just had your stream open. I just opened it. Thank you for the raid. Oh my goodness. You ended at 3 hours? 3 hours? Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in, everyone. How are you? How was your stream? Lamau? Well, I can't miss this, okay? Okay. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome. Pastel. Awin? Am I saying that right? Welcome in. Lucy Chandayo. Welcome. Itoshi Raid. Welcome in, everyone. I literally just started my stream. I'm at 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Yep. Today, I am gonna finish RE3! Woo! I did not totally just played it for like 7 hours last week. When it's a 5-hour game. helping my sister move. Oh, nice, nice, bun. We love a big, strong man. Ha ha. Alright. Should I just start it? Yeah, I'll take a sip of water. Don't love water. Is Shen going to finish the game today? Let's see. After this 1 minute 50-second ad. Haha. Not big, but definitely a man. Are you sure? Have you checked? Down there. Aha. Mom. Aha. Aha. I started RE4 remake hardcore and I regret it so bad. Wait. Oh, yeah, I saw you were playing it. But you playing it on hardcore for your first try? Oh my god. You're mentally insane. Why though? Why? You wanna check for me? Sure, send me a pic. I'm kidding. I kid. Alright. I'm more insane than you. You sure are. Haha. I would never never play on hardcore. It says if you play Resident Evil 4 OG, then you should play hardcore. So that I did what? Oh my goodness. I mean, at least you know you follow orders. Haha, woof woof, a loyal dog. I'm kidding. Alright. Where am I? Did I go here? Is this where I came from? It came here. Let me go here. Excuse me? Excuse me? Thank you for the bonk. Oh my god, is that Miss Yui Bao? Oh my god, Yui! How are you, Yui? What the heck is that emote? What? Alright. Honestly, I don't remember. Last time I played this, I was going insane. And I don't know. Out of the way! Oh. That's right. Whoa! Whoa! Okay. Expression of concern. Did I read this? I'm just gonna read it again. Hi, Toshi. Hello, Yui. Bro, I've been dying with school. Really? Oh my god. Are your grades good then? I've been dying every day. You know, I've been dying too. The weather has been extremely hot. I think today was like 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And I was like, once I got inside my car, my butt was like burning. Alright. Senior fellow Dr. Franklin, please allow me to send my heartfelt congratulations to you and your colleagues at Umbrella Europe for completing Nemesis, a truly remarkable achievement in the field of bioweapon research, introducing a parasite organism to organism. What? I cannot read. Into a tyrant's brain to gain external control of it. How can I not marvel at such a wild idea? However, from a medical perspective, I must empathetically state my disapproval of this shift away from established umbrella policy. By turning to the news of parasites, you are setting a dangerous precedent? Oh my goodness. Everyone's dying. Students, when was the last time I'm a student? When was the last time you were a student? Honestly, I don't really know how old you are, Itoshi. Hopefully not that old for me. Along with my phone, yeah, mom's phone is dying. My assignments made me sleep an hour and a half in the span of 3 days. Oh my god, Yui! At least you got sleep. You know? Eat twice in 3 days? You only ate twice? What? At least take like supplements, you know? Like vitamins, yada yada, you know? Oh my god, is that Raydern? Welcome in, Raydern! How are you? How was your day? Drink lots of sports drink. Yeah, like you need electrolytes. Yep. Lamar, I just told you before. Oh, that's right. I'm dumb. Oh my god, I totally forgot. Oh my goodness. Alright, viruses can be kept in check. I believe an effective vaccine can be developed for any virus on Earth, with abundant funding and a bounty of samples, of course. Can you say the same for parasites? However, doctors have tried in vain to develop a vaccine of malaria. Parasites like Plasmodium are far more genetically complex than the T virus, and to think they will submit to control is utterly folly. Perhaps in your country, customers are willing to buy automobiles with no brakes, but here in America, they know better. Then again, I recall you have a degree in economics, so no doubt you're ready to despise a brilliant marketing strategy to win over the naysayers. I look forward to your talk at the forum in Berlin next month. In the meantime, I shall be exploring medical solution to this hubristic problem you foisted on us. Sincerely, Nathaniel Bard, PhD. I see. True, I was hallucinating? Damn! Shen, monster drink? Yes, monster drink. Totally, you know, totally recommend. In the end of my living room. Oh my god, Yue! No way! Listen, my mind, Valo. Oh my god, you're playing Valo? Ranked? Question mark? I was 2 games for makeup, now 4. What? Oh my goodness! Oh my god! Yoshi! Thank you for the 4 months! Thank you so much for the sub! She was singing the cover? The cover? The cover? You mean like Brondo? Who is Brondo? It's got what plant craves? Like photosynthesis? Huh? Go there, welcome Miss Swazi! Welcome! How are you? How was your day? Electrolytes indeed! Nathaniel Bard! Yes, Nathaniel Bard indeed! Oh my god, chat's going. I gotta read all this. Goat brain, no way, goat brain is smooth. Goat brain has no horns, so right now goat is just human. No monster, no sports drink, no electrolytes. Damn, I would love a monster right now. The panic radio shit. Anyways, luckies, I have to do my assignment. Alright, good luck on your assignments, Raider. Oh, work hard, good luck, break a leg. Don't womp. You got this. Good luck. The Brondo thing is the joke for the movie Idiocracy. I have never seen that. No. Chaos! Hovey! How bad you want the monster? Really bad. Not gonna lie, I drank like half of my can from the other day this morning, so I mean it's kind of in my system. Hopefully I haven't like pissed it out yet. But I did have tea today, so you know, there you go. God damn it, Shen! There's so much you need to see, really! Oh my god. Thank you for the shout out. Alright. Hopefully I don't get attacked. Don't suck me, please. Yeah, tea. I love tea. Got that? Oh god. Go, Joko! What is in here? Am I dead? I'm dead. I'm dead!
Thank you so much for the sub.
Oh my god, Yoshi! Thank you so much for the gifted sub! The 5 gifted. Oh, what the fuck? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted sub. Ha 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 ha. Hype train. Wait, are we throwing money now? No. We are not. We are not. Guys, before stream, Yoshi told me he was gonna give me subs, and I was like, no. Yeah. Oh, the Yoshi clip. Alright. The true goat Yoshi. Exactly. Also, welcome Miss Splashy _ Junior. Welcome. How are you? How was your day? Spoiler alert. Too late. I'm committed to throwing money. Give me a sec. No. What the heck? Alright. I know what to do here now. What kind of gun do I have? Shotgun? Can I kill them with my pistol? Thank you so much for the sub. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the sub. Oh my god, you told she was the gifted sub? Oh my god. I just got penetrated. Oh my god! Thank you so much for the gifted sub! What the heck? Chaos? What? You actually did it? The 10,000 bits minimum? You are insane! Oh my goodness. That explained the 10k. Yeah, I made my minimum bits 10k because I didn't want anybody to throw me money. Jeez. Crazy. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys. Oh my god. Chaos cannot be stopped. He actually cannot be stopped. That's why he's chaos. Ha ha. Get it? You get it? Ha ha. Oh my god. Get away from me, zombie. Jesus, guys. She is overwhelmed with happiness. I'm not. I told you I would eventually. Should I make it higher than 100,000 bits? The minimum 100,000? I kept throwing 30 bits at her randomly. Yeah, it does. Cause it's chaos. Exactly. He like new record for hype. Oh my god. New record level. Wait, level 6? What the fuck? What the heck? Maybe you want people to not be insane. Take off the limiter. Damn. You're right. But then, if I take it off, you take. I'll think about it. Shanna, you make it 100k? I will hit it eventually. Damn, it does. That is 1k. Oh my god. You are insane. I cannot. These people. Oh god. I don't know what to say, guys. I'm like speechless. It's almost like you guys want me to be happy. Oh my goodness. Oh, can I just combine this? There you go. Oh no. Combine this. Go, Jill, go! Wait, why is it locked? Okay. Oh my goodness! The limiter is just a challenge after all. I see. You forgot to get rid of the other pistol. Yeah, that's because I haven't like went to a box yet, a chest yet. We need that girl to be happy. I'm very happy. Get it? Because oh, fuck! Oh god! Oh my god! Are you kidding me? Why don't you fight you? Why is there 3 of you? Oh goodness! Oh my god! Where's my... No! Jill. Oh my god, Jill. How do I open this? I can open this? Oh. Okay. Is there anything else here? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. What's going on in chat? Like I said, let him have the option for small chaos. Otherwise you'll get this. You're right. I would rather have small chaos than big chaos. You're so right about that. I'm gonna go here. Please don't show.
This works too.
Oh my god, I was trying to dodge past him. Oh my god, you did a text-to-speech. Oh my god, what the heck? Yeah, I also have that text-to-speech. Wait, did I come up here already? I did already. I'm in the wrong way. How do I... Come here, please.
Test 2.
Ah! Oh my goodness! Stop! You're wasting $2! Fuck! I'm gonna die! Oh my god. I'm dead. Hold on! You guys are distracting me! Look like you purple after a week break. Yeah, I did. Just bought some bits? You bought bits? How do I use bits? So you don't touch it. That's how you use it. Oh my goodness. Chair. Oh, type chair and then the number, like chair 10.
Hey Shen, can I get a cool UWU?
Can I kill? Lip bite. Ooh woo. Like that. Oh my god. No, unfortunately. You should have been here when I played RE1. It was such a pain in the ass, you know? 6%? 5? Oh no, mom! Go charge your phone! Oh hey, I still see the freestyle rap in there? Don't do it. I have nothing in my brain, okay? That freestyle rap, I don't know why I put it there. I put it there as a joke. Hopefully nobody saw it. And then you saw it. That was a one-time thing, okay?
I want an actual UWU.
No glasses? I have no glasses. I'm blind. You can do better? Oh, you want me to do better? She died to the dogs many times. I did. So I freaking hate the dogs. Alright, guys. You want to actual uwu? Okay, here's my best uwu. Okay, guys. Uwu? How's that? Was that good? Thank you for the redeem. Let's go. That was adorable. I do a pretty good. Oh well. Alright, guys. Movie is more important right now. 1%. Goodbye. Bye bye, mom. Hopefully you charge your phone. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna save my shotgun bullets. Actually, you know, I'm just gonna use it. Okay, that guy is so annoying. I swear to God, I dodged him. I swear to God, I dodged him.
Let the next 3 zombies bite you.
No, you think I'm you think I'm gonna let the zombie bite me for money? Now we need to hear some yippies. I'm dead. I'm dead, guys. I'm dead. Yippee! That's the best one I can do. Yippee! I'm not good at yippies. You want a good yippee, you gotta go to Honey. Shouts the voice for it. The good yippies. Yes, I do. Guys, you don't gotta pay for fan service, you know? All you gotta do is ask. I mean, you just did. Yippee! I feel like he's not as cute though. Not as good. You know? Did I kill it? Okay. You dead? Keep it close, keep it close. Close it. Okay. I'll take this. Combine with this. This combine with this. Ah! Oh my god, why is he so fast? Oh my god. Shouldn't hit me with the ooh. I feel like that one wasn't as good. I feel like that one was not as good. Whippy! Oh, whip, wipe? Whippy. A free ooh, yeah! I do free oohs. Guys, all you gotta do is ask! Alright, this is the part. This is the part where I fight those freaking MF. Ow! Oh god. Okay. What's this? I missed! Whoa!
UWU more like bark?
Oh my god. Give me a second! Nice, nice! Okay. Oh my god. Oh, more like bark. You want me to bark? That kind of bark? Roar! 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 Honestly, the roar that I did in my Uwu cover was... It's so good. No lie, no joke. I don't know how I got... How I don't know why I'm so good at doing that. It was a surprise to me, you know? Okay, we are not going up there. Over here? Okay, we're like... Up here, okay. Should I say vroom vroom? Oh, vroom vroom. 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 What sound does a car make? Vroom vroom. What sound does a... Oh, did I have to combine it? This? Then we need to hit that cover again? Ooh. I'm sitting at 9k points right now. 9k points! Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Wait, how do I do this?
Here are more bits. Can you tell us your favorite joke again?
My favorite joke? What did I do? Did I do it right? I was just pressing space. Did I do it right? What did I do?
Synthesis complete. Please remove the vaccine
That. Okay. I guess. Oh my goodness. Here's some more bits. Can you tell me my favorite joke is you. Wink, wink. Speedrun? I didn't know. I was just pressing like space. Task failed successfully. Yeah, I got 10 to gold. Escape the facility. How do I escape? Hey yo, Jill butt! Jill ass! Ah! Oh my god! No, no! Jill ass! Hey yo! Hey yo! Is this a boss battle? No, imagine that game was modded. W Jill! W Jill! Oh my god, Jill. Jill is so hot. W, W, W. I'm tapping W! Am I supposed to hold it? Wait! I'm so confused. Oh, I'm supposed to... Am I supposed to hold it? Tap? I'm holding it. I'm holding it. Wait. No, no, no. No, I'm tapping it, but I get pulled back. See, I'm tapping it. I'm supposed to hold it. Yeah. See? See? I was right. I was right. You guys are wrong. Oh my god, Jill. Oh my god, Kayla! How are you, Kayla? How are you? Oh my god, you gave me my glasses back. How are you, Kayla? How was your day? Yeah, I'll put this one away. Explosive A. Oh, combine this. I can combine that? Alright. I'm doing good. How about you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I just came back from like my friend's house. I took like a 20-minute nap. Took my dogs out, ate some food, and then here I am streaming. It's doing good. It's doing good. How do you put your green hair again? Oh, you have to redeem the Demon Shinobi again. My days has been good. That's good. That's good. How is Seafoam? Also, thank you for the like, Yoshi. Thank you, thank you. Ooh, that sounds so nice. It does. Good. She's going to play the. She's going to play Dibada. Oh my god. Oh my god, you're getting her to play Dibada? That's crazy. Kayla, you missed the hype train? Yeah, Kayla. Chaos gave me 10k bits. Freaking insane. Oh my god. He actually reached the oh my god, the minimum. Insane, actually. Oh my goodness. I proved to Shen that her 10k minimum was useless. I see, I see. Oh my god, W indeed, W chaos. Actually, insane. Actually, needs your money for something else. Oh, I need this. First aid? Is this a boss battle? Oh my god. Is this a boss battle? Is that why? Okay. You know what? I'm gonna save again. 30... Where do I put this? Oh my god! Thank you for the follow, little shrimpy. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in. How are you? How was your day? Welcome to the chat. Hey, yo, Shen finishing RE3 in an hour? Yes, in an hour. You know, I'm just that good. You know, I totally did not just play it for like 7 hours the other day. Right? Save my money? I would never. You would never. Goodness, chaos, goodness. Where's the door? Is this a door?
What in God's name is this?
Goodness, oh my god. Amazing name. Right? Little Shrimpy? I love shrimp. I love seafood boil. Actually, it's been so long since actually, it has not even been that long. It's been like 2 weeks since I ate seafood, and I kind of want seafood. Hide the evidence. I hope you have enough ammo. I have lots of grenades, I think, hopefully. She never has enough ammo in RE. Actually, yeah. Oh, the vaccine?
Nikolai, don't! The city needs that vaccine!
Nikolai!
More than I do.
Should've known he was evil. His name is freaking Nikolai. Is that not like a demon name or something? Nikolai seems like such an evil name.
But I'm in this business to get paid.
That's the name is? Okay, Itoshi. imagine having a 3-syllable name. That's me too. Do you unshrimp yet? Oh, little shrimpy. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you for the head pass. We are the same. Yeah, that's why I went back on my. I went back on my words. Okay, I got this. Oh. Why did I have my knife out? Oh yeah. Woo! Oh my god! Officer, he touched me! God. Okay. I'm out of bullets. Grenade launcher? Oh! Run! Oh my god! Run, Jared!
Jill, is that you?
Oh my god, is that Carlos?
You're okay.
Officer, she shot
Let me spot
her
for you.
first. Thank you for the like, thank you. You'll be watching me from the closet. Haha. Thank you. Thank you for the like, Kayla. Thank you. Oh my god. Okay. Not only has 6 flames. No, I missed.
Watch it, you've got company.
Oh god.
He's
My
hiding
timing.
behind tank 1.
I don't know, am I doing this right?
One.
What? Woo! Okay. Woo! Oh god. Go in! Oh god. Oh my god! I missed! Oh my god! Hold on.
So I'm hiding behind 6.
6. 6.
He's behind number 6.
What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to shoot the tank?
Jill, hold on.
I'm dead. Okay. What am I supposed to do? Yeah? You can use the pistol on the wrist. Oh! The buttons? The buttons? I didn't know that. Okay. Where was I? Alright. I got it. I got it. Shoot the red switch with the pistol. Okay. Got it. Got it. I got it. Damn, why didn't I pick up my other pistol then? Do that and save the grenade for when he's in the area. Oh, okay, okay. Got it. I got it. I got it. Can I skip this? There we go. Woo! Oh god, I should've got hit. Woo! Oh my god. Oh my god, Jill. Oh my god, Jill, you're making me angry. Wow, he did a 360 flip! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay. Hold on. I dodged that! I dodged that! Oh my god. Alright.
Jill, is that you?
Carlos?
You're okay.
Why is his hair so messy? I mean, I like it, but like... I feel like it'd be better if it wasn't like super messy. Okay. Get wrecked! Where you going? Where you going?
Watch it, you've got company.
Number 1, right?
He's hiding behind tank 7.
Okay.
Now, rip that fucker apart.
Rip him apart! Oh my god! Oh my god! He saved my life! Oh my god! Woo! Where you going? We're going? Woo! Oh my god.
Number 3.
Where is he? Where is he? Where is he?
I got this.
Oh. I thought he fell.
Not what I intended to hit. But I'll take it.
Oh my god! Okay.
Don't give up.
Fuck! No! What? No! What? I thought I still have more health. Alright. 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 I gotta look at my health more. You almost did it. Thank you. Thank you. Auntie. Would it be better to let the fire do the damage? You're right. You're right. Do I just let him burn? Would that be better? Before I shoot another one? Okay. Whoa! Ouch. 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 Got you! Oh god. Okay. Is bro gonna die yet? Okay. Nice.
You, Carlos?
You're okay.
Like I said, not the best at saving ammo. Sorry. No, yeah, I only have 5 shotgun shells. Oof. Whoa! Okay. Middle 7.
You've got company. He's hiding behind tank 6. Now, rip that fucker apart.
Where are you going? Oh, what is this? Oh, it's fucking pistol rounds.
Number 7. Yeah.
Okay. Whoa! Am I gonna die? No way, no way, no way. No, it didn't. Okay.
Bill, hold on.
Is he gonna go behind every single one of these?
Saw him hide behind 6.
Is that the strat here? Oh fuck. I hate you. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh my god, at least he killed that guy. Shit, I'm just gonna lose it. I missed!
Got some more incoming. Number 2. I got this.
Noise.
Not what I intended to hit. Well,
What is this? What is this? Shotgun shells? Woo! Whoa! He just killed that dude. Kill this dude too. Whoa! Jump! Go! Jump! Go! Oh my god! Fuck. Woo! I'm sorry! I'm just trying to like time it so that like, you know, right when the fire gets out. Oh, fuck! Am I gonna die? Right.
don't give up. I think he's on his last legs.
Run! No, oh my god. He's so close, I'm trapped! Woo! Woo! Reload faster, Jill! Oh my god. Okay.
Jill!
Here comes a crane. Use it to climb up.
Use it to climb up.
Come on. Come on.
Jill, get it back!
You did it? I did it? I did it? Damn! Damn!
Now get on!
Isn't that a safety hazard though? Thank you, everyone!
We're in a mush.
Time to phase 2. This phase 2? Phase 2? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, is that acid? Does he not like dirty water? Like sewer water too?
Okay.
Wow, he can't swim. He's like me for real, for real. Oh my god.
Where did you go? I have to
Nikolai.
get that vaccine back.
Can I save? Okay. Hold on, let me pick stuff up. What is this? Grenade? Oh, gunpowder. What's this? Weapon spec sheet. A railgun. Oh, we're gonna lose a railgun. I do love trains. Haha. Sorry. What is this? Gunpowder? What do I have in here? Explosive A. I don't need this then. Okay. 36, 37, and 35. Got it. Train lover? Giggity? Why does it sound so silly when you say it? Cause it's supposed to be so sweet. You know? Like, are you a train? Cause
Give me the vaccine.
I would love to get RAIL.
I like it. We shall make
I like
ours
money
an
too.
ongoing arrangement. Now drop the gun.
Look at her not mixing gunpowder like she has enough. I don't have another gunpowder though. I have explosive A, but that's for what is it? For shotguns, right? Or right? Yeah. But I don't have another gunpowder though.
Have you
Guess who's
have you ever
back?
seen anything so incredible?
Oh my
The
god.
data on this would be worth millions.
Oh my god.
But
Oh my god.
you know how it is. City's about to explode, and you can't put a price on life. Good luck.
Nikolai!
Jill.
Go after Nikolai. He's got the vaccine.
Oh my god, am I gonna play with
What about
Carlos?
We're running out of time. I've got this.
Oh. Never mind.
Look. Just so you
I think
know,
pistol would be helpful on this
this
one.
is the last
Mm.
fucking time.
I see. Defeat the creature. This one doesn't have a name. How do I defeat it though? Oh, what is this? Oh, the railgun! What am I supposed to do here? Eh. Okay. Holy shit! Last time I told her about Mr. X weakness, she shot his arm anyways. Yeah, I did. He needs to charge. Oh, I need to do this. Push it in, Jill. Fuck. Oh, did you shoot it? That. Oh, that. Fuck, is the shotgun not that good?
Felt that, did you?
Okay. Okay, I know what to do now. I know. Fuck! The acid? Oh my god. Okay, yeah, I could take. Is that everything? I'm gonna do the furthest one away. Alright. Yep, only one. It's okay. It's okay. This is going by kind of slow.
Go ahead. I'm gonna put you right back on your ass.
Yeah. Oh shit. Okay. Not good, not good. Not good. Not good. No, fuck! Okay. How do I dodge that? How do I dodge that? Wait. What? Okay. Is that the last one? It is, right? Okay, the inferno mode of this one is really hell. Is it actually?
You think I don't know how to fuck you up?
Okay, let's go, Jill. Inferno is the hardest difficulty. Oh, is it like harder than what is it? Like hardcore?
Come on! Next time.
Hey yo, deep throwing. Deep throating. Harder than hardcore. Oh, I see. God damn! Yuck.
Good riddance.
No, not me, my boy! Don't say your boy! He tried to kill me! Do I go through here? No? Where do I go then? Oh, ladder, I see, okay. God. Shooting all that load? That's what she said! Who cares, Nemi, my boy? I see. You're supposed to root for, you know, the hero, not the enemy. Okay. Elevator. Okay, I still have one more aid. Now I gotta rep Nemi. I'll murder with him in the Buddha. Oh my god, I freaking hate him in the Buddha. Oh, that's my alarm. Okay. Can I go up here? Oh no, Carlos!
You're not going to stop. Promised you this, didn't you?
Wait, she has an Android phone? No, I have an iPhone. Damn!
Any idea what you've just done?
Yeah, I have an
Oh,
iPhone.
no, don't care. My client ordered me to reduce umbrella to rubber.
Do I have to fight him?
The missile has launched.
Is he like the true boss?
Goodbye, Miss Valentine. Shame you didn't listen to me when you had the chance.
Oh my god, he's not dead! That sounds like my dad alarm. Oh! Yeah. Pizza! Pizza! Shoot me in the head!
Shoot him!
I can't. I'll hit you.
Do it! You have to!
Just shoot him in the leg! Then he can't walk! And then you can shoot him.
Take the shot!
I'm scared I might miss.
I told you I couldn't.
Okay, what if I shot Carlos instead? Is that possible? Is is it possible to shoot Carlos?
What about him?
It will fail. Oh.
Why'd you do it?
There's a price
See.
tag for everything. Even letting the world burn.
Who are you working for?
I'll tell you.
You don't shoot, you would die too? Really?
I'll pay you whatever you want.
Is that like one of the endings? Do I is this the good ending?
You're a fool! If I die, you'll never find out the truth.
Pretty much? Ah. Thank you for the band, Chaos. Thank you. Oh wait, Chaos, you have a new badge. Is that a train? Oh my god, are you a train? Cause I like to Oh my goodness. That's crazy. Oh, the conductor. Yeah.
Jill, you alright?
Wait, who's driving? Wait, Carlos driving the plane? Oh, piloting the plane? Yeah, I was biz conductor of the hype train. Oh, is that what it is? Oh. In original, the pilot was Barry. Barry? Fuck Barry. F you, Barry. Oh no.
It's finally over.
How long were they flying in the air? It's already daytime? The one you don't like in RE1? Yeah, F Barry. Barry's the ghost. Have you played Resident Evil Revelations 2? No, I have not. I have not. You even started calling people berries out of respect. I see.
I decided then and there, the ashes of Raccoon City would be Umbrella's ashes too,
Damn.
once and for all.
Damn. The main character, Jill Valentine. Oh my gosh. Actually, great game. I really love this game. I love when we showed up at like the police station. I think that was my favorite part, because everything started like connecting to each other, and oh my god, poor Marvin. I love it. Oh my god, actually I love this game. This game is actually so good. You just love it because of Jill's ass being real. Actually, that is one part of it. Damn. You will play as Barry and Claire? Really? In Revelations 2? Then is there a Resident Evil Revelations 1 that I'm supposed to play? You want to watch more Jill? There's a movie called Resident Evil Death Island. It's a CGI movie. Whoa, really? Okay, I see. Yes, there is. Revelations 2 was so good. Is it actually? Is it like regular Resident Evil games, or like what's different about it? Is it just like another story with different characters? Revelations 1, you play as Chris and Jill. Fuck Chris. I don't know why. I feel like Chris is a character everybody hates because he's like an idiot, I think. Jill looks different though. Yes, it's canon. Oh, I see. He's stubborn. I see. Oh, but him and Jill are kind of like, they're kind of together, no? Right? Like at the end of Resident Evil 1, they were all like kind of, you know, like there was like a little spark there, you know? Chris is the macho man. He punches rocks. So he's basically like a himbo, right? Blonde, buff, and clueless. Literally. They were just partners? Oh, I see. Good job, Shen. You did it. Thank you. Yoshi, thank you. Alright, RE4 remake! RE4 remake! He literally, like, he actually punches rocks? Like, actually? Like, that's canon? Like, he actually punched rocks? Why? Why? What? What? Why? I'm gonna stay till where I stopped earlier. Alright, alright. Is on Resident Evil 5 Shen? He punched a boulder? What? What? This Tanjiro guy. Oh my god. Well, I should specify it was a rock, not rocks, plural. Oh. Tell me why I just imagine him like throwing rocks in the air and punching it. That's that's so weird. Rank C. Rank C. 6-hour clear time. 0 death. Time saved 38. 6 hours? Yeah, 6 hours. 0 death. Actually, I don't know why it says 0 death. I have no clue. I'm pretty sure I died so many times. But like my total playtime, almost 8 hours. That's like double the time an average player would play. That game is rigged. It is rigged indeed. I think I got a C in RE1 too. Well, RE4 is 15 to 20 hours? Really? For RE4, 15 to 20 hours. Damn, what? Why so long? Oh my god. That's crazy. Oh my god, that is actually... What? Why did they make it so long for? Alright. Now I gotta open RE4! Woo-woo! Oh my god, oh my god. RE4 time? Oh my god. Gotta change my category. Resident Evil 4? Remake? Oh my god. Lol, so what's the plan? RE4! I'm launching the game. I did it already, Chaos, I did it. Because RE3 is short as fuck. Ah, I see. That's what she said. Ha ha ha. We're gonna see Ada Wong again? Yes, we are gonna see Ada Wong again. And Leon Kennedy again. The second command doesn't work. Oh yeah, I forgot. I didn't. I don't think I enabled it. I think I turned it off. To be fair, I have not touched any of my commands at all. At all.
Thank you so much for the sub.
Oh my god.
Thank you so much for the sub.
Oh my god, thank you so much for the sub, Chewy. Thank you for the 8 months. 8 months? Oh my god, Chewy for 8 months. Thank you so much for the sub. It was a welcoming, Chewy. But we're gonna cook lunch. Alrighty, Toshi. He can cook, he can clean. That is, guys, I'm telling you, his shirt is made out of husband material. Damn it, shit, let your mods do modding. Okay, gotcha. I will look at it after stream. Good morning. Good morning to you, Chewing. How are you? How is your day? Please follow twitch.tv/channel_. Thank you. Thank you. Yo, that's his thing. That's Chewing's thing. He promotes my Twitch account. Language, English subtitles. I like it on. Audio device, TV, headphones. Okay, A. Adjust until the pattern is barely visible. Oh my god, wait, my game isn't even up. Oh my god. Sorry guys. Alright, there we go. I could be super helpful for Shen, but Shen has wronged me. As I should. I am a bot. Just finished watching Deadpool 3 and I have to... How do you like it, Chewing? I heard from people that it was good. I heard from some people that it was not as good as they thought it was. Because apparently the movie was like... It was trying to be funny, like too funny. But it wasn't executing well, you know? Oh yeah, shit, let me know when you're free. I'm making you watch Idiot. Okay, I will. Maybe we could do a watch party at Discord. I will. I like it a lot. Oh, nice. I really want to watch it as well. I think this is good. Okay. Barely visible. Barely? Just barely? Okay. 10 out of 10 rating from me. Oh, we'll get everyone together and I'll play it. Alright. Okay, I'll probably put out like an announcement. We'll see. Adjust until the image in the center is barely visible. I'll just keep it like this. Okay. Okay. Yada. Confirm. I consent. Oh no, I do not consent. I do not have. How do I go back? Back? No. How do I? Okay. Alright, there we go. yeah, I got a site I go to that I can watch movies free on. Alright. Oh my god, you pirates. I was on Star Wars 7, 8, and 9. Oh my god, you pirates. Or oh my goodness, is that Riku _ TTV? Welcome, man, Riku. Welcome. How are you? An extra game has been added. Added the extra game separate ways. Obtain costume for Leon and Ashley. Costume for Leon and screen filter. You can change the costume via the... Oh. Did not know I had all of these. Yes! Hell yeah, I've been pirating since LimeWire. Oh my god. I only know movies 1, 2, 3. And then there was another site that I used to watch movies on when I was little, but I totally forgot. Also, thank you for the like, Riku. Riku _ TTV is watching you from inside the closet. Oh my god, is your clip still playing? What? I thought your clip is finished. Wait a second, we will get to see the one and only Ada Wong? Yes! What clip is that? Yeah, what clip is this? It's so long. Also, my clip player is lagging. That's probably why. Dare you to do hardcore? Did you say normal? Standard? Alright, I'll play on standard. Is that Shen's clip is borking again? Yeah, it is. It's lagging. Shen still hasn't changed her clip player? Yeah, I have not. Not gonna lie, Chaos, I totally forgot to change it. Totally. I don't cook, I don't clean. Hold on, I gotta change this display. Is there normal gameplay, aiming, camera? Oh, control. Am I supposed to play this with controller, guys? Or mouse and keyboard? Okay, language, graphics, full screen, window. Okay, there you go. Your preference? Alright. Let's get, what kind of bonuses do I have? Models? What the heck is this? Romantic Leon? Romantic Leon? Hey, yo, wait, is this Asterion? Asterion? Baldur's Gate 3? Asterion? Hey, yo, wait! Asterion. I missed you so much. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm gonna get you home safe.
Oh my god! That was hot. Leon costume? Yeah, Leon costume. What is this? He's wearing like a bomber jacket. His gun? Model? Oh my goodness. Is that everything? What? Not gonna lie, he looks hot. Yeah, he does. He looks like Asterion. Do you know who Asterion is? Asterion from Baldur's Gate. Oh my god, I love him so bad. I love my vampire king with trauma. Oh my god, I love him so much. Hey shit, I'm gonna send you a DM real quick. Alright. Oh my god. Okay, main story. Can I change my costume? Should I play with a regular costume? Leon costume. Default. Hero, villain, casual, romantic. He looks so lame though. Not lame, but like... Yeah, let's just stick with the default one. Sporty sunglasses? No. Please. Ashley. Who is Ashley? What the heck is Ashley? Yes, I heard from my friend who is sipping on him too. Oh, I see. Hey, I'm gonna need you to do me a solid and change the properties for your shadow player. Can I? Okay, do I just copy and paste this link? Chaos. Is that all I need to do? President's daughter. Oh, that's the president's daughter. Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna trust you. Okay. Now where is it? Where's my clip player? Somewhere. Is it this? I don't cook. I don't clean. Okay, hopefully. God, it's huge. Alright, I did it. Also, guys. Also, your model's lagging a little bit. Yeah, I could see that. Also, guys, I did like a new thing. You know? So, like, if you chat something, like, Yeah, you say something, it pops up to the side. Stop. Girl? A gamer? It's still lagging. What the heck is... What the... No, my Wi-Fi is lagging. Oh shoot. Did you make sure your game is optimized? How do I... No, I did not make sure. What is this? Shen, how do you break these things? It's called having bad internet. You know? Alright. I don't know what this is. Okay, it was a copy pasta. Okay, I was saying a copy pasta. Okay, ignore the clip. Okay. What is this? A quote? Is it a quote? Oh my god, guys! Not gonna lie. If I have a fear, it would be like quotes. I like a big fear of quotes. But I love it though. I love everything like quotes theme because it's scary, and I love getting scared. Haha. I do fine. Okay. Well, okay, Chaos. Some people have like 4 other PCs in their house. Okay.
The cop inside me died that day. That night, Raccoon City was wiped out, thanks to the bioweapons created by Umbrella. Somehow I made it out, but too many others weren't so lucky.
Okay. Oh, the flashbang.
I was
Fuck.
asked later to join a top-secret government program.
It's a freak code.
Not
Freak.
that I had a choice.
Somebody come and match my freak. Somebody come and match my nasty.
Nearly killed me.
For other PCs? But why? Because I live with like 3 other brothers. Alright? So,
Even for a
just
second,
4 PCs, you know, in this household.
it can be.
And we all play video games together.
It has to.
You know, we have family game night, you know. We play Dibada customs. So fun. Oh my god, Panda, welcome in, welcome. How are you? Oh my god, I'm catching a chef stream?
tell me.
Chef stream? Yes, chef stream.
Why did you come to this horrible place
Don't tell me you have motion blur in RE2.
that I've ever seen?
Yes, I have.
Looking for someone
But there's no motion blur, is there?
very important, huh?
She didn't optimize the game.
Help him, he said. Sure your voice ain't...
What time to get your own internet connection? You think I could afford that? Okay.
I'm gonna let you...
I think we got the wrong shit. We better have the 3 brothers. Alright. Retro complete. The Mummy King has returned. Welcome in, Mom. Welcome back. Thank you for that resub for 6 months.
Missing hikers.
Missy hikers.
I'm sure you'll do your best to help me.
Ooh. There is by default. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah. Just work at Spectrum. You get it for free. Are you guys hiring? Can you give me a job, Chaos?
This is it.
Policia.
Nature calls, huh? I'll be right back.
Oh. He's gonna water the can? I'm subscribing now for what you said at the beginning of this. I don't know what you're talking about, Mom. I mean, if you want to use me as reference, sure. Oh my god, like literally, actually? Chaos, actually? Most zombie-like games have motion blur? I see.
Vaya sitio más tétrico.
Show us some Spanish language, Shen. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Me llamo Shen. Yo hablo español. Yeah. Un poco. Yo hablo español un poco only. Okay. Pero mi español es muy mal. No bueno. No way she has a domain extension. I do. That's my domain.
Maybe you better go and take a look.
Is it weird that I know someone who kind of looks like that? Like in my school? Exactly like that.
Wouldn't want to get a parking ticket.
Like the police officer right there. I told her my phone was dying and she said just don't watch. See, Poppy! Poppy. Yeah, I could give you my PID. Oh, that's okay, Chaos. I was low-key joking, but now that you're serious, I'm afraid of reality. Is there anything here? Whoa. Whoa, Leon runs so fast. Anything here? What? Why couldn't the other people, like Jill and Carlos, run this fast?
How far could he have gone?
How far? Uh-oh. Wait, did he get taken by the cults? If they just put you in sales and you fuck it up, I'm calling you out. I'm sorry. Well, she doesn't work for sales. I swear most of the work of my department is just fixing mistakes from sales agents cutting corners. Oh, I see. I see. Am I going the right way? Follow the road. Shouldn't we do anything to stay awake? Eat to crouch? That is so weird. Okay, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I'm afraid of the real world, guys. So scared. Not gonna lie, I am afraid of commitment. That is another thing. Including guys flirting me, sorry. Yeah, I have to be the one flirting, you know? I don't want to miss anything. Let me just look around. Nothing? Can I open this? Okay. Leon did lots of training. Leon never skipped leg day. Damn. I wonder what those legs do. Sometimes I'm just tired of myself making the same jokes over and over again, but it's so funny. I can't stop it. Go here. That's why she's scared of me. You think I'm scared of you? I'm not scared of you. Hastel, Finn, viviremos contigo. No temeremos. Oh. Wait, this was the door in front of the place. In here? No? F? I need a key. I need a key. Look at Leon just trespassing without knocking. I know, right? Oh my god. I love a man who breaks in. Just kidding. Alright, I'm gonna like for now. Gonna get some stuff done in Warframe. Alright, Chaos, thank you for the like. Thank you. I'm gonna go back to the VOD and watch what happened when my phone died. Alright, Mom.
You know a key?
You speak Spanish? God, Leon, you just got extra hot. I mean, is it just me? Oh my goodness. I'm gonna go sleep. Alright, Mom. Good night. Sleep well. Sweet dreams. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your window, lock your closet, because I'm gonna like. Alright, I'm back with food. Nice, nice. What kind of food did you get? Whoa, he just killed him. Never kill your perpetrators. Alright, guys? Tie them up a little bit and, you know, make them answer your questions, you know? Because you always need answers. Oh. Mario Fernandez Castaño. Okay. Is RE4 like scarier? Guys? Okay. But for some reason, this is giving me like Outlast Trials. Not Trial, Outlast vibes. You know? Where'd I go? Oh, I have the key now, that's right. Here we go. Die multiple times for me, be my perpetration. I'll be sure to tie you up. Bind? Oh my god, that's my favorite Valorant map. Pollo tocino and rice? Oh my god. That sounds good. I just ate ramen today and like popcorn chicken. That's all I ate. Also, welcome in, Ishan. Hello, hi. How are you? Because you can steal and everything. Oh, this is gonna be Last of Us. I have never played Last of Us. I want to though. But I saw like the movie and I see like gameplays of it, so I don't know if I wanna like on stream though. We'll see though. We'll see. Is it common Filipino dish? Are you Filipino? Oh my god. Do you speak like Tagalog? Like, oh my gosh. Shin, I forgot. Don't forget about the other zombie slayer. The other is zombie slayer. Ready weapon? Shoot. Okay. Got it. I am? Oh my god. I did not know you were Filipino. What? Oh my god. You're Filipino? Oh my god. Not gonna lie, I thought you were like not Asian. Yeah, am I the only one? It's not me, right? Damn.
No fucking way.
Ow! How many bullets?
This just keeps getting worse.
Oh, I have 3 bullets now? Oh my god. Anything else here? His name is stupid. Okay, Yoshi. She's so surprised. I am surprised. Oh my god, he only kills zombies in his spare time on canvas. Okay, there is no zombies in my comic. Okay, no zombies. I don't know where you're getting zombies from. Alright. This door is unlocked. I go here. Is that where I came from? Fuck. Where's he gonna go? Wait, what if I go out here? It's locked? Okay. Imagine Leon just killing villagers who are just protecting the village. Is that what it is? Is it gonna pop up? fuck. Go back, go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. Go back, go back, go back. Go, go, go. Ignore the zombie! It's fine, it's fine. Ignore the zombie. You think about it, Leon is a foreigner? Oh, that's right! This is like in a different place. Espanol. I am pretty sure I sound Asian enough. Really? I never thought you were Asian though. Maybe I should assume. Your name is Itoshi. That's pretty Asian. Just like how my name is Shinobi.
Bruce.
You just came to Spain and started blasting people on sight. I thought they killed 2 cops.
Our intel was correct then. Well done.
Yo.
The location on a nearby lake. She may have been taken there.
Copy that.
Ooh.
I'll see what I can find.
Wait, are we saving Ashley? We're saving Ashley, right?
Things happen to people here. My escorts are.
God damn!
Gotta go. Talk later.
Are these zombies?
Let myself out.
Yes, ma'am. That's what you're here. You're there for. Okay. They look normal. Yeah, they look normal to me. Like they look like they might have been like, you know, drugged or something, or like high. Cause they don't look like zombies. You know. A raven? What's this? Oh, get up. Oh, shit. Over here? Can I look here? No? I hear growling. Alright. JK, they're infected? Oh! Oh, okay. So it's not like zombies then, right? It's like just people who are infected. Kind of. Ish. Right? Or am I thinking too hard? Save game. Alright guys, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. If you kill crows, there should be loot. Are you lying to me? Why would there be loot? The birds. Are you just trying to make me kill innocent birds? So actually the ravens, crows are much smaller with a smaller beak. Anyways. Crows take stuff, Shen? Okay. Okay, but they should be holding it. They don't have pockets. Okay, I'll be back. I'm gonna use the bathroom, okay guys? I'm gonna go use the bathroom and I'm gonna go grab a water bottle. BRB. Alright, I am here. I'm back. Got my water bottle. I got 2 water bottles, and they're like ice cold. Just like how I like it. Just like how I like my men. Cold. Since when the game makes sense. Oh my god. I love the cold. I am a huge hater of heat, summer, anything hot. Except for like soups. Okay. Oh no, wait, go back. Okay. Storage? Whoa! Wait, this is actually kind of cool. Can I take this? Wait, this is the storage. Skull Shaker, Sentinel 9. Should I take this in case? Okay. Customized case? Hey, yeah, I want a gold case. Charms? This is cute. Okay. Change weapon. Whoa, wait! I have freaking 8 slots? Oh my god. Wait, you got the golden edition? Is it actually golden? I don't know, my brother got it for me. Or like, yeah. I got this game for my brother. Okay. We're outside. Well, it looks like it because he has some goodies. Ooh. I see. I mean, I get it. It's probably because he's a big, like, Resident Evil player. No joke. Like, my brother is the kind of person who will 100% a Resident Evil game. Annoying. Okay. Where do I go? Here. Handgun ammo. Really? Yeah, really. Alright, me and your brother will have nerd talk. Actually, probably. You guys will probably be like besties. He's a really big, like, what is it? Like an Elden Ring nerd too. Where's the zombie? I hear him, but I don't see him. Oh! Not zombies, freaking humans! Oh! Oh fuck, I just tried to dodge. I just killed an innocent. Wait. Come here, pop your head. Oh my god. Not gonna lie, this makes me feel so much better. Oh! Oh! Fuck! Wait! Oh my god. You can still kill them? Really? What's that to do? Okay, I would totally do that. Wait, I could loot them? Oh my god! Okay, I'm starting to like this so much better. Okay. I remember Outlast 2. Fuck! Outlast. I could not fight back. It was such a pain in the ass. Goodness. Maybe I should have played standard. Maybe. I died with to those two guys? Really? He sees me? Okay, bro. He wouldn't turn around, okay? He wouldn't turn around! I got gold. Oh, pesos. 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 Fuck, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. The controls are so different now. It's like opposite of RE2 or RE3. Okay. Yeah, but I'm a big boy. I will finish what I started. Ooh, you hear that, ladies? He's a big boy. That's what I call my dog. Come here, big boy. Damn, Shen shooting at unarmed people. Hey, it's self-defense, you know? The Human Rights Organization will get you. As long as I don't get caught, you know? Okay. Go over here. Are you really implying that I'm your dog? Cause woof woof. Good dog. I'm sorry. It's back. Ooh. JK, haha, JK. Shit. What? They burned him alive. It's okay, guys, cause he was a witch. He is a witch. It's fine. It's fine. You're such a masochist. Yup. Tell me something new. Yeah, this is very hot. Very hot. But Leon Kennedy is hotter. Ha 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 ha. Okay, green herb. Anything I could go. Can I run over there? Oh god! Can I kill her? I'm gonna kill this innocent old lady who has done nothing to me. I'm so sorry. This is gonna be a big part. Typical. Hey. This is fun. I love mass murder. JK. JK, guys. It was a joke. It was a joke. Okay, it was a joke. Jokes. Okay. Don't come for me. It was a joke. I'm gonna report you to the police. It was a joke. It was a joke. Okay. JK. 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 Ha ha ha. JK. He's and haha's here. Okay. So they're not gonna see me, right? Fuck!
Here we go.
Fuck! Fight him off. W Leon! W Leon! I got this! I got this! What's in here? Ruby? Oh my god! Come here! Oh my god! Got it. Restoring health. Got it. Register shortcuts. Got it. Okay. Craft. I gotta hold it. Oh god. Okay. I guess that's better, right? Fuck! Get my way! Sorry, ma'am. Damn, they're all coming here. Oh! Damn! Granica! Granny got ops. Oh my god. I'm trapped here! Oh god! What the heck? Who are you? Happy God. Shit. Fuck. Oh my god. You see the arrow showing the head? Yeah, but I don't know what that is. What is that though? Oh my goodness. If I were you, I would want. I'm trying! Okay. It's fine. You can kick them? I could kick them? How do I kick them? How do I kick them? If there's an arrow? Oh! Yeah, womp womp. I see. Fun fact, if you play any games like Valorant, first thing is to do is let your teammates know that they should follow. Nah. Don't listen to Chimmy. Do not listen to him. Okay, I got this. Go near them, there should be a button. Okay. Got it. First, I'm gonna take a sip of this water. Water is so good. Alright. Don't listen to me? Yeah, don't listen to him. You're non-look. Alright, chewing. Alright. Damn, everybody loves that redeem, huh? The goats redeem? Oh my god. You can steal my horns and my glasses. Robert? Robert? I don't know a Robert. JK. Ha. Dad jokes. Alright. Okay, what if I go inside this house? What is in the... Fuck. Fuck! Already saw me! Oh! Whoa! Damn! Girl, dodged me! Gmod. Fuck. Oh, F. Damn! Is he dead? Damn! Oh, shit! Fuck! Goddamn! Oh. Crap. Okay. Hey, yo, I love this. Fuck, he's not dead. Really? Come here. Come at me. Oh! Oh, Leon, you're so hot when you do that. Goddamn. What is this black thingy? Beat up the grandma. Run. Make it over. Come on. Woo! Fuck. Ayo, ayo. I love this. I love justified murder. Guys. Oh my goodness. Oh, those are some crazy eyes. Holy, yeah. Fuck. Ow! Ow! Bro, get out of the trap! I'm dead. Oh shit! Sheesh! Sheesh! Okay.
Huh?
Huh? Why did he stop?
La campana.
I'm going. Why are you running to the village and murdering them? She's insane. What did they do to you that justify you killing them? If I'm a villager and say a foreigner was a pistol, I get intimidated. She wants to run. So she can justify self-defense. I would get intimidated by shit. They're protecting her from. Go to houses to shoot a shotgun. Oh, okay. She's trapped. Dude was chopping wood, protecting his face from wood chips. And now he's watching. Yeah, I survived that. They want to talk? Is that and be peaceful? I see, I see. Okay, first off, they attacked me first, you know? It was self-defense, you know? It was totally justified. Murdering
Where's
them.
everyone going?
Haha. Negotiation is not an option to shed. You know what? Oh, wait, is this just a tutorial? Actually? W tutorial. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, guys. Do you see that? Do you see that? It's a cock.
Windmill. Copy that.
I'm done. When the demo finishes there? Oh, I see. I see. They attack you because you looked at them funny? Oh. I see. The chicken lay eggs? Chicken lay eggs. The hens? Okay. Where's the eggs? I'm gonna steal the children? Oh god. Okay, so nobody's gonna kill me here, right? Yeah, this is pretty much safe area, right? Oh! Red herb? Okay. Oh my god, dead horse! Oh no, no, what the fuck? Dead cow, I mean. Dead cow. I guess you could say he's not gonna move. Anyway. Okay. Anything else? I could dig up here. Did you just call a cow horse? No, I called it nothing. Shen eating chicks now. I mean, you eat. You are what you eat, right? Right? That's dark Shen. It was funny. I love dark humor. I love it. Okay. What is this? I can't. Oh! Co-op? You can do co-op here? What? Okay. This is where I came from. This is where I murdered that lady. Okay, pesos. I need a key. Okay. I know you love pain shit, but heal yourself. Okay, I need a green. Oh wait, I have this. Never mind.
Not looking so good.
Whoops. Fuck. Die. Okay. He's dead. Okay. Can I break this? Alright. Okay. There we go. Dude just came out of the closet. He was like, he was actually. No, it's for Ashley later. Oh, okay. Eggs? No eggs. No eggs. Isn't there? Can I go inside this house? Damn, I'm just walking inside people's homes and stealing their stuff. What is that? Okay. Oh, thank you for the redeem. Now I'm a bad goat. I will forever make that joke every time somebody redeem that. Is that what you do to lurkers? No, I'm scared of shit. You know, that's exactly what I do. Oh, is this a shotgun you were talking about?
Oh, nice.
Okay. Hand grenade. Shotgun shells. And then I could jump out of here. Okay. There you go. I check this house. Can go here. There you go. Bad goat. Bad goat indeed. Sam, do you look like your model at all? Yeah, I do, actually. I have a very like round head, I say. I have bangs, short hair. I just don't have red eyes. I have black hair, yeah. Pretty much like this. I have dimples. Yeah. I think that's the one thing that's not on here. I also wear glasses too. Well, not right now. Like, only like when I drive and like go to school and like, yeah. Okay. Anything? Are you just casually looting the village after killing them now? Yes, I am. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Where'd I go? Where was this area? I went there. Did I go here? I don't think I went here. It's locked. I could just break it down. You have short hair? Yeah, I have short hair. Oh, dimples, that's cute. Thank you. They're just like little indents on my face, but thank you. What the fuck? This chicken just freaking attacked me. You know what? Okay. Boycott number 8. Wait, boycott number 8. Imagine after Leon's debrief, his report is gonna be, I visited Spain and committed mass murder on the village. Oh my goodness, because they looked intimidating. Actually, I would write that. I just killed an entire family. I went inside their home without consent, and you know, I took the stuff. Oh god, yeah, I executed the chicken. It attacked me. It was self-defense. Okay, it attacked me first. You know. Okay, this was the house. I died in. Ruby? I did the same thing, Shen, when the chicken attacked me. Yeah, I said you get it! You get it, right? You get it. Shen, you should grow your hair. Actually, okay, everyone tells me to, but I don't like having long hair. I just hate it. I hate it. It's so much work. It's in the way, you know. It's just, eh. Also, I have a really round face, so like having long hair. I have a very, I have like a baby face. All right, guys, like round cheeks. Like I have big old cheeks. Okay, and like having long hair with like bangs and like a baby face. It doesn't fit well, you know. It's like, you know, it's like I'm trying to look mature, but I don't look mature at all, you know. Yeah, short hair is cute. Also, short hair matches me a lot more, I say. Oh. Okay, I can save here. There we go. Okay. I'm reporting you to animal abuse? Who's gonna get me, huh? Pita? Huh? Pita? Is grandma there? I hear her. Oh, there's a guy right there. Okay, we're gonna kill this ma'am here. Ooh.
Damn it.
Damn it, why did he say damn it for?
It's locked.
It's locked? Alright. Shane's a tomboy. Actually, yeah. I dress like a skater like a skater kid. Like on a daily basis. Unless, you know, if I'm not like dressing up girly to go out. Pretty much I'm a skater boy. Okay, green herb. Okay, craft. There you go. So that means she's also short IRL too? No, I'm not short. What do you mean? I'm pretty tall. You killed a grandma? What did she okay, she looked at me funny, okay? She looked at me funny, okay? Man, I want to continue playing this game. You should. Stream right now? Okay. For the love of God, will somebody please get rid of the blue medallions? Those religious lunatics left hanging around. Okay, 5 blue medallions. There's a person right there. No? Oh no. Can they hear me when I break these? Hopefully no, right? There's no like sound triggers. Oh! Can I shoot that? Hold on. I don't want to shoot that yet. Let me just kill off everyone and... Let's see. Do not hit me. Do not hit me. Go away, pig. Okay, Grandpa. What? I can't kill him like this? Is my sword broken? Why is it broken? Why is it broken? Fuck. Damn, that means I can't. Oh, damn. Okay, I can't use that anymore. Oh, crafting material? Wait, can I fix it? Hold on, go back. Craft. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, this sucks. Damn. Don't discard it. Thing is, you can fix it later. Okay. I can fix it later. Okay. Same reaction. I'm scared of those barn animals. Okay. He doesn't know. See how stealthy I am? I'm just that good. I'm just that good. Okay. Is the 5 medallions here? It's here, right? I can just like look around. Did you just miss that shot? No, I didn't! No, I didn't! No. I did not. I did not. Haha. I did not. Okay, this one right there. ¿Dónde está? Está... Oh, no aquí. Está no aquí, please.
Blue medallion.
Está no aquí, ma'am. God. Sorry, ma'am. Grandma. Oh God! Imagine this. Fuck! You fucking cow! Oh my God! Jeez. Oh my goodness. Don't worry, Shen. I relate to you this time since we're playing this at the same time. I see. Kicking it out. Hey, the freaking cow, okay? Hand grenade. The lady is trying to kill me, you know? I'm just protecting myself and it's totally justified. Okay, 2. Can I go up here? Am I able to jump? No? I can't jump? Can I jump here? No? Oh, can I go through here? No? Fuck. How do I get in?
Won't open.
I need a key. Oh, it's the blue. There's a blue one right here. Okay. Anything here? No? I can jump over this, but I can't jump over that little platform. Damn. It feels bad. There should be a ladder somewhere. Ladder? I hardly even know her! Okay. I'm so sorry, guys. Okay, and I need a key for this too, right? Yeah. Haha, step on me? You wanna get stepped on? I wanna get stepped on! Oh, here. Is that mine? It's a fucking tripwire. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Ladder. Is that green or is that yellow? Yellow? What is yellow for? Infections? Come here. You damn right, Shen. Someone stepped on. What's Yoshi? Yeah, hey yo, Yoshi. Is there anybody here? Oh, okay. I need something there. Open this. Okay. Can I make the jump? Oh! Actually? A flagon? What is a flagon? Like a... Oh! Oh! Okay. Wait, can I use it then? Hold on. Where's the red ruby I grabbed? Is it this? Okay. Confirm. But I need another one? I need another ruby, okay. Got it. Gunpowder. Okay, we're in the barn house. Another ruby? Okay. Pistols? Kitchen knife? I love my knife. Okay. Wooden clog. Look at Discord.
God damn.
How does he know? Is he dead? What is this? Velvet blue? Can I switch this? Run, Leo, run! Oh. Oh! Oh, okay. Oh my god. Ooh! Get kicked, brother! Oh god. Fuck, I'm running. Okay, I'm out here. What did I grab? Hold on. Shen? Mr. Horror Games again? Zen? Is that Zen? Oh my god. How are you, Zen? How are you? How was your day? Bro took 10 headshots? Yeah. Yup. You're brave. I stayed upstairs on that one and did a coward strat. Wow. You did a coward strat? Good night, y'all. Good night, Chewy. Sleep well. Have a good night. I hear you. Lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closets. Cause I'm gonna lurk. Ha ha ha. Bye bye. Good night, chewing. Okay, I could put this here. Go here. I still need one more medallion, right? I have 4 so far. Where's the 4th one? Oh. I got that one. In my defense, I'm on hardcore, okay? Oh, you coward! Hardcore and you're scared? Think I climb ladders? Hold on. Where's the 4th? The 5th, the last medallion. I took that one right there. That's where I came from. That's where I came from. Oh my god. Look at the map, it will show the... Oh, you're right. Is it this? This thingy? Here? Is it over here? Oh, wrong way. Over here? there's a ladder. Am I tripping? I took that one. No, there's another one. Look close. Oh, okay. I think it's over here. Jump! Somebody come and match my freak. In here, right? No, it is not. Oh, I know where it is. Okay. I know where it is. Here, right? Here? Here? Am I tripping? Oh, this! Okay. I'm blind. I'm dumb. Okay. I got it. I got it. Left side. Left side. Is this correct? No, I went too far. Okay. Over here. This side? Fuck, wait. In this little room? I was just... Oh, shit! Sorry, I don't look up, okay? Shy people don't look up, okay? We look at the ground, okay? It's like... You know, I understand the struggles, okay? Alright. Let's go up. So you're short? No, you guys are... We are all the same height. I mean... Yup. Okay, this should be open. I run. No, you just admitted it? No. No way, they're not. Okay. Oh. Pistols. What do you have pistols for? Is there a currency in this game? Am I gonna have to buy stuff? Not gonna lie, I didn't play that long. I think you'll catch my game. Oh my god. No, maybe you should have played standard mode. You know? Wait. This is where I came from, right? Over here? Oh, no, wait. I came from the bridge. I opened that. There's a door here. That's locked. Let's go over here first. Yeah, you can buy sell stuff and upgrade weapons. Oh, okay. I see. Okay. This is a... can I go here? No. Okay. Well, I missed that part. You missed it? How could you miss it? Are you... oh fuck, I already did this. Okay. Are you a noob player? You don't ever look around? Lago?
It's gotta be this way.
Let's go. Hey, yo! Oh god. Oh god. You talking to a veteran player? Whoa! Is he throwing stuff at me? Get shot at! Gramps. Oh god. No, stop! Go away, get it! Go, please. talking to a veteran RE player here. Alright, you're talking to a veteran Far Cry player here. I love like RPGs game. Story-based game. The RP Alejandro. Oh, get away here. Hold on. Wait, you play Far Cry? Woo! Yeah, I play Far Cry. I love Far Cry. Whoa, shit. Oh my god. I have Far Cry 5, but never finished it. Me too. I feel like Far Cry 5, the map is like, it's extremely big in my opinion. For me, it's a lot bigger than all the other ones. Oh shit! Fuck! Oh shit! Shit! Don't die, Leo! Don't die! Oh my god, am I gonna die? How do I look at my health? Oh my god. Let's go here. Coño! Cállate! Oh god. Oh my god. Oh! Fuck, don't die. Oh, is that my health? The bar right there? This? Okay. So welcome, Miss Senso. Thank you for the redeem. Oh, the dirty fucking grenades at me. No wonder. Freaking B words. Oh my god. Oh shit! Fuck! Oh god. Granny. Fuck! Bitch trap! Oh my god. Where are you throwing at? Where are they throwing it from? You in there? Dynamite? Oh my god. Yeah, I love Far Cry. Right now, I was like replaying Far Cry 4. Fuck! Shit. Where's the other one? Fuck. Okay. Oh my god. How's your leg okay? I have no clue, okay? I got the main character strat, okay? The plot armor. I got plot armor, okay? Far Cry is co-op, right? Yeah, it is. Oh my god, Granny.
Next.
Yeah, I was playing it with my brothers. I was doing a run with my brothers. So fun. Where's... How many grenades do you have? Honestly, New Dawn, the game after which one? 4? Is it 4? The game after 4 is like, it hurts my eyes so much. Cause the game is extremely like, frick! It wouldn't let me run! Oh my god, it's extremely like bright. Go here. Is this the place? Hold on, let me look around. Let me look around. Anything else here for me to take? You don't know it. What's over here? A dog? His legs got blown up. You okay? Yeah, I'm okay. Plot armor, you know? Plot armor. The main characters never die, you know? I remember one time when I played Far Cry 5, the dude, RPG, accidentally shot me. Oh my goodness. Did I check in here already? I did, right? No, one thing me and my brothers always do in Far Cry, is that one of us one of us control a helicopter and the other one, fuck! I saw that too! I was trying to walk around it! And the other one grapple on. And we will spend like 10 minutes just, you know, trying to do that. Okay, I need a key here. There's nothing up there, I remember. Anything here? I need a key here too. How do I find a key for this? Maybe Ashley has it? There you go. Because she's the Leon Kennedy. Oh yeah. Oh, is it Leon in Tekken? I love Tekken. I love Tekken. Okay, I need a key here. I used to play Tekken a whole lot back in like high school. The good old days, guys. The good old days. Okay, green. Green. Okay, I'm gonna just wait. See if I could get like more herbs. Fuck! I was trying to click it! What the oh my goodness! I never played Tekken. Oh my god, so it's a fighting game. It's really fun though. Okay, now I gotta craft this. Alright. Why is this a random doll here? Guys, I don't... Wait, what the heck is this? Is it? Obtain file. Yeah, I just play Tekken a whole lot, Street Fighter a whole lot. I used to play like... What is it? I think the last fighting game besides Smash that I played was Guilty Gear. I freaking hated it. I do not like it. It's so hard. It's so hard. So thank you for the follow, Lucy Chandayo. Thank you. Okay, red herb. Oh. Watch this. Watch this! Bro, why did you turn around? It's okay. It's okay. Oh yeah, let me just take this off. Combine red, yellow, and green. I don't have any more green. I used the green to heal myself. Just too curious about the wire thing. Okay, I got a little bit too close, you know? Too close. Smash, next question. Honestly, I love Smash. It's such a fun game. My main is Isabelle, guys. I love Isabelle. Actually, guys, big news. Oh, not news, but like big information. Last year, or like last semester, one of my friends invited me to join a Smash competition with him. Yep. I actually said yes, but it never happened. Oh, well, it never happened because the tournament like passed already, you know. But hopefully this semester, I really want to join. I really want to join. And pretty sure, hopefully we'll get like top 3, cause he's really good at Smash Bros. You hear that, chat? She likes Smash. I do like Smash. You know, let me down smash you guys. You smash. You Smash Bros. The more the merrier. Chapter end. Chapter end already? Should I save? Okay, let me do 3. Oh no, okay. Chapter results. Completed challenges. The CP you earn for completing challenges can be purchased item in the extra content shop. Okay. Chapter playtime. 58 minutes. Enemies killed 43. Death 1. Accuracy 82.3. That's pretty good. Times damage 18. Pretty good. Pretty good. I refuse to be part of this combo. Womp womp. Senso womp womp. What do you mean? Enemies killed? Like, enemies 43 enemies killed? What do you mean? Shen, are you going to Z? I am not. I am not. Well, I'm not because I don't have anyone to go with. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you. Innocent villagers killed 40. Hey, they hurt me first. Okay, self-defense. Self-defense. Okay. What's Zed? Zed is a he's a DJ. He's a music artist. Yeah, he does EDM, electronic dance music. Gotta love it. How do I? Typewriter, shift. Okay, there we go. That's why you get dynamite? Dynamite. How do I get dynamite though? I saw all of them like throwing dynamite at me.
You will receive our most sacred body.
It begins now.
Hey yo! Hey yo! He's tied up! Hey yo!
Oh, what the fuck?
Hey, stop it. Hey, Yankee. Got your name?
Hey yo, that's kinda hot, Leon. I mean...
I'm Luis Serra. Guess you
Calm down. I'm calm down. I'm calm down. Okay, I'm calm down. Enos grenade.
Beat up enough of cities. I can see you're thinking. Bet you've been in spots like this before. Huh?
Who is that? He looks so like rogue, like,
You're
you
here
know?
looking for someone? One more guess. Maybe some missing señorita?
Young girl? Now.
Great.
Now kiss. Now kiss. Luis Serra.
But later,
Sarah.
saw
Sarah?
some men dragging someone
Luis Serra.
to the old church.
When is Shen karaoke? Probably on my birthday. Ha ha ha. Which is in 200 hours. 200 and like 60 hours, I think. I don't know, 2,060 hours. 2,600 hours. Louis X Leon BL. Well, you're Leo? No, I'm not Leo. I'm not. My birthday's in November. My birthday is in November.
Shit, I took my gear.
He knows how to use that chain. I know, right? Okay, no gear. 19,000. So, thank you for the redeem. First name John Cantators.
Located
He says 2,600 hours. I think. I don't know. I have a timer. I have a time thingy on my Discord announcement. That's what my invitation is. That's what the announcement is. It's my birthday. It's the countdown to my birthday.
I'm probably due for confession anyway.
I'm not Scorpio. I'm a Sagittarius. Yup. I'm a Sagittarius. Anything here I could take? You know why I'm Sagittarius? Because I'm always horsing around. Haha. Get it? Cause Sagittarius is. Never mind. It's Sagittarius. Saggy, like S-A-G-I. It says so. S-A-G-I. Huh. Anything here? I'm a Virgo because I'm a virgin. Hey, yo, you just gotta, like, call yourself out like that? Hey, yo, Zen? Hey, yo. Oh my god. I might as well be a Virgo too. I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding. Jokes. Haha, hee-hees. Hee-hees and ha-has, okay? Hee-hees and ha-has. You're Leo? Oh my god. No wonder. You give like Leo vibes, no joke. Not gonna lie, I know a lot of like Leos and like Cancers. Yo. It's low-key weird. Huh? Wait, huh? Okay. Where's the other dude? Turn around, please. Can I throw a rock? I feel like throwing a rock or bait, it would be so good. Alright, congrats, yeah, you managed to count off as my progress. I see. I'm gonna go and lurk in the closet. Alright, Toshi. Thank you for the lurk. Parry? You can parry and attack with spaceman prompt. Okay. Come get me. Parry! Get me! Parry! Okay. Got it. Easy! Don't shoot at me, please, thanks. You're welcome. Oh, fuck. Wrong button. You're welcome. How do you know what I am? Because you told me one time, Senso. I know. Easy. Fuck! I did not see that. Oh, don't come out the closet. Yeah. Stay in the closet, you. Sassy, you. Ah! Rat? Can I kill it? Why is it just circling me? Here, no. Can I kill you? 1 out of 3. 1 out of 3. Come here, you little Remy. Oh my god. Not gonna lie, guys, for the longest time, I thought the rat's name was Ratatouille. The longest time. Bro, how's that leg okay? I'm just built different, you know? I'm built different. Okay. I can't. You're Libra? He's a Libra? You're a Libra? Oh my god. Cesar, you said Cancer! You told me Cancer! Oh, what? Over? Can I break this? Oh goodness. Maybe he took. What the heck is that? That's insane. No, I'm just kidding. Turn around. Is he turn around? All right. Maybe I'm just going schizo. The rise behind you. Yeah, I know. I saw. Fuck. Where did it go? Fuck. Why is it so hard to fucking kill you? There. Got it. Yeah, I'm a Sagittarius. I'm a horse. Nay. I'm a horse. I'm half human, half horse, and I'm just a bow and arrow. Ha 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 ha. And I love horsing around. Ha 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 ha. Huh? What do you mean, huh? I thought your mom was a goat. Does it go down? Okay, this is locked. Wait, what does that open though? Oh, the red door. Okay, the red door. No? Okay.
No good.
Her mom is a goat, but she is the goat. Exactly. Oh yeah, Yoshi is also a Sagittarius. Our birthdays are like super close to each other. Money. Gotta go fast. What the fuck? Okay. Where is it? Here? Oh, Leon, that was hot. Okay. Go back.
I'll be taking these back.
Give me all my stuff back. I need a key. Okay. Dude, I have not found a single key here. Stop simping. How could you not? Alright, how could you not? He's just, you know, he's tall, blonde, and hot. Okay? He's tall, blonde, and hot. Oh god. Okay. Safe.
Let's do some business.
Oh, mysterious man. I love them. Mysterious. Okay. How are the quests coming along? Did you know that you can trade the spinal you receive as the reward for valuable goods that can be bought otherwise? You've got loads of useful items, but I recommend you pick up a treasure map the most. Alright? The map details on the location, the coast, cherished hidden treasures. Took me and the lads a lot of time to find them. With these map handy, you'll never be skint again. Sure, you may have to venture into some dangerous areas to get them, but you can handle that, right? Alright. You just described 60% of Australia? You know what? I'm gonna just go to Australia then.
I knew I could count on you.
I thought that's what you were. I'm not tall, blonde, and hot. Okay, I'm tall.
I've got something.
My hair. I'm tall, green, and cold. Okay, what kind of gun do you have? A bolt thrower? SR.
All my
M1
wares
MP.
are in tip-top shape.
Honestly, I would love a scope.
You're a man of good taste.
Take this. Your inventory is full.
Let us know when you've made some room. What you see is what I've got.
Can you go back?
Come back any time.
Combine craft. Okay, we do this. We do this. And then can I not lose this? Okay. So wait then.
Welcome.
First aid spray.
Stocking up while you can. Wise.
A map. Map. Case upgrade. I might as well do this.
More space never hurt anyone. Perfect
Okay.
size for you, stranger.
Bolts.
Got a selection of good things on sale,
Trade?
stranger.
Fuck. Okay. Oh, I have 6 of these.
You've
Laser
got a
lights.
soft spot for
Yellow diamond.
treasure,
Laser
eh?
light. I don't need that. Punisher. Punisher? I hardly even know her. Ha ha ha. She's not hot, neither tall. No, I saw her IRL. She's 7 feet tall. Yeah, I'm 7 feet tall. I tower over everyone. Exactly. She is short green and I don't know. She's almost a pear. Oh my god. Wait, wasn't that the guy in the gutter who jumped you? No, that's... I don't think so. I don't think so, no. He like ran away, right? I knew it. I knew you were gonna say that. Thanks, Senso. Thank you. I could sell this. Velvet.
I'll buy almost anything.
Oh, what? Can I buy it? Oh, this is selling. Okay. Tuned up. Repair broken. Oh, I don't have 4K though. Okay.
What can I do you pleasant travels?
Okay, rifle ammo. Let me loot the area first. Looting. Give me items! I love free stuff. Goodness. What's this though? I need a bird.
Oh, breaks over, I suppose.
Wait, I don't have a storage box here. I don't have a storage box.
The hell am I?
So whack. Why are you guys always here? Where is she? Oh my god! Get kicked, lady!
Sorry, must have slipped.
Sorry, ma'am. My feet slipped. Wait, Shin, did you see the JJ collab with Summoner's War? I did not. I did not. I didn't even know they have a collab. It's crazy. Okay. Okay. Bro, don't come here, bro. Don't come here.
Give me a break already.
Are they gonna... Wait. Hold on, guys. I'm a little busy killing these people. Fuck. Ooh, that gotta hurt. Okay. Fuck. Hello? Woo! Break free? No way. No way, die here. No way! No way! I'm dead. Misogynistic behavior? You can get your tall white haired man with blue eyes as a Pokemon? Really? As a Pokemon? She doesn't even know you said that. No! We don't talk about spoilers here, guys! Stop! You tell my boy! Oh god. I refuse to believe that. I refuse. Where's my save? I didn't even save! I'm fucking dumb. Okay. Here, right? I forgot to save! Why didn't you guys tell me to save? Oh my goodness. What I would not give to get kicked by him. You're not the fraud? Womp womp. I was gonna go to the anime convention nearby as Yuta. Really? As Yuta? Oh my god. I love my boy Yuta. I love my boy Yuta. Yuta, my boy. He got what was coming for him. No, so no death has ever been so disturbing. No. Damn. Don't come at me. Give me this. I'm gonna run for it. Saving my bullets. Anything here? Run! Run! Right, go fast! Oh my god. Woo! Woo! Oh shit! Am I dead? Fuck. Holy shit. These freaking dynamites! This? Run! Ah, I missed all my shots! Told you the real ghost? I love my boy Toji. I love my boy Toji! Daddy Toji, Daddy Toji. Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck, can I don't want to drop down, fuck. Motherfucker, get away. I'm gonna... Oh my god. Don't throw the axe at me! Oh my god.
Not bad, right?
Fuck! This is so hard, what the heck? Damn. Did everyone get like comeback training or something? Yo. Great Dorito, man. Trying to get a Toji build this year? Really? Oh my god, are you gonna have the worm too? You're gonna carry around the worm? Oh god. Same? Although I'm currently the first year Utah build. If you try to punch me, you get you hit the pussy for my skin. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the worm is part of my personality. Oh my gosh. He sucks? Weapons? Honestly, I don't know. I haven't read JJK. I haven't caught up because there's a certain someone here that kept spoiling me, and okay, if I come here, shit, would you still love me if I was a worm? No. No, you saw nothing. What if I just... Who keeps spoiling shit? You! Okay. I can't open this. No.
No good.
Or are they real spoilers? They are real spoilers. Stop gaslighting. Okay, to be fair, I stopped reading when spoiler alert. Okay, everyone, when Mai died, that's where I stopped. And then after that, spoilers. I just stopped reading. Wait, to be fair, I'm more of a Chainsaw Man fan. Love my boy, Dingy. Fuck! Oh. Don't judge my missed shots. Don't judge my missed shots! Oh my god. Oh my... You're bullying me! You fuck... Oh my god. Oh, get away! I need to reload! Oh my god. Kill the Grammy. Good. Kill the granny. Kill the granny. Do I not have a grenade? Stop throwing dynamite at me!
Sorry.
Fuck. Oh wait, I actually got him. Are you dead?
Sorry. Must have slipped.
Must have slipped. Sorry. Where are you guys? Come down here! Sorry, man. You hit me first. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the sub, Mavi! Oh my god! Welcome, Mavi! Welcome, welcome! Right now, I'm in the middle of mass murder. Is that everyone? Did I kill everyone? That was everyone, right? Oh, there's another dude up there. How are you, Mavi? How are you? Killing this. There's two of them? You kidding me? Oh, I got pitchfork. Oh my god, look at it. We love Daddy Long Legs hair. Oh my god.
Give me a break already.
Oh my god, Leon, Daddy Long Legs. I love him so much. We love mass murder. I'm good. Just reading and I saw you on and I come to say hi. How are you? I'm doing great. I'm doing good. Just, you know, just killing people. Just, you know, having fun murdering innocent people who, you know, just living in their village and I'm trespassing. You know? She enjoys killing people. Honestly, maybe I shouldn't say that. I enjoy violence. Haha. I don't blame her. I killed him too. Oh, Mavi, you should like totally stream this game. RE4. I would love to see you play this, Mavi. I would love to. Let me load. Think before you speak. Just an M. Yeah, I'm a muscle. I mean, nothing new, you know? Oh! Look at this. Are you dead? Oh, he's dead. Are you dead, man? Oh! Come here. I need to reload, I need to reload. Oh, look at that kick! Daddy long legs! Wait, what does M mean? Masochist? A masochist? I think that's what it means. That's what I've been describing it as. Wait, climb up. I have most of the RE games but never played them. Really? You should totally play them, Malvi. Stream it. The comeback stream. Part. Oh, number 2. Oh shit! Oh fuck! I keep forgetting the parry. Die, die, die. Okay. Maybe not that aggressive. Why aren't you? Okay, then. Here we go. Where's that guy throwing dynamite at me? Oh fuck! Oh fuck! The fuck! The fuck! Oh my god! Hang on. Where is he? Oh, he's right there! Yeah, you better fall! Oh my god. Fuck! Oh my god. Are you dead? Is that dude dead? He's not dead. Okay, now he's dead. Okay. God, these loads. Oh my god. So nice. Don't you just love killing people and taking their stuff? Feels amazing. Maybe Ashal gives me something to play? Yes! They should play! I go from the start, yes? You should totally play Resident Evil 1. Shining through the city, like a little. Exactly, right? Exactly. Thievery as its finest. Exactly. Where is the... Oh, fuck out! Parry, parry, parry. That's it? Is that the only one? Where are they coming from? Can I kill you here? Oh! Murder. Oh, wrong button. What is this? Gunpowder? His arms are so hot, not gonna lie. It is. I mean, this is Leon Kennedy. What do you expect? Okay, I could... Is it here? Here? Right? Is another exit? Let's go up. I want him. So bold. Oh my gosh. John is so bold. Who are you? Where are they shooting me at? What? Where is she hitting me from? Am I blind? Are you up there? Oh my god. Oh my god. Is it worth playing RE0 or just start from 1? I started with 1. Yeah. But 1 is kinda... It's kinda tough. It's like It's a fixed camera, that's why. It took me 20 hours to beat RE1. So, if you want to play RE1, good luck to you, mommy. But RE2 is really good. I love RE2 and RE3. Really good. How can I? Okay. How do I get up there? Okay, the wheel. Why does the wheel open though? Oh Lord, okay, yeah. RE1 is such a fucking pain in the ass. A big old pain in the ass. Wait, can I break this down? Is that possible? No? How do I go over there? Huh. If I go here, I went to that house already. I go here, I open that, and I exit. This opens, okay. Oh my god, is there Leon Kennedy? Is there anybody here? Wait, no, this is where I came from!
Gun rhymes with...
Okay, let's save my game. Chapter 2. Okay.
Fun for a reason, stranger.
Wait, where am I supposed to go then? I need a key for that. And then I go here. I went here. That open that gate to go there. I go down here. To the right. How do I get there? Here. I go here. Okay. I go here. Can I jump? No. How do I get to that ladder? Did I just keep going up? Okay. She's stalling so she can look at Leon. You might be right. Okay, I go here. I open this, right? That opened that gate. And then where do I go from here? Huh? How am I supposed to get there? What? Okay. Drop down. Anything here? No? Hello? Hello, noodles! Hello! How are you? How is your day? I'm low-key stuck. Okay, if I go there... Is it dead end though? How do I get up there? Okay, I went there, to go here. What? I'm so confused. Okay, this opens this gate. I'm doing good. What about you? Is Resident Evil treating you better than last time? Honestly, yeah. I just beat Resident Evil 3 in like the first hour, and then I'm barely starting Resident Evil 4. I'm on chapter 2 right now. Yup. A Resident Evil 4 with my man Leon Kennedy. Okay, I can't open that. can go there. I'm stuck! Okay, what? Where am I supposed to go? Where am I supposed to go? Okay, I'll go back up here. What there? That opens this. Oh my god. Well, I'll be watching you. Good luck. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the lurk. Hopefully, I don't die as much. Hopefully.
You suck.
Thank you. Thank you, Senso. Okay. Wait, that's gotta... Wait, do I have to break it? Hold on. Maybe I gotta break the blocks. Is that why? No? Well, not this block, but... Go here. Hopefully. Oh, I'm done. Okay. I did not grab that? I thought I did. Okay, now I could go back. Please don't attack me. Alright. And then now I could go to this place in here. Oh. Rotate? Oh, okay. No? How do I... Oh, A and D to turn around. Okay. Q. There we go. Let's go, Leon. Let's go. Okay, stealth. Stealth kill. Please don't turn around. No, aquí. Fuck! Wait, there's another dude here. Fuck. I did not see you. Oh my god, where is it? That? I don't have another first aid in here.
Not bad, right?
Damn! I love that kick. Oh god. Wait a minute. Oh my god!
Out of the way.
Out of the way. Oh, wait a minute. Ikamachi. Okay. Go there. I already killed him. Oh shoot, is that a secret passage? Here. Resources? What's this? Another ruby? A sapphire? Don't step on that, please. Looting. Love loot. I love loot. Okay. Go here. destroy the wind-up dolls. The wind-up dolls. Oh, these? There's 16 of them? There's 16 of them. How am I gonna fight 16? Okay, anything else here? For me to steal? For me to rob? Should I go back? Fuck. Go back? Will you duck under the door? Fuck. How do you guys know I'm here? Oh.
Sorry.
Fuck. Oh my god. Father, please. Was there one there? Happy. Come here! Come at me! Damn right! Give it up! Give it up! Woo! Oh my god! I knew at the moment I heard the chainsaw rolling. You should see it when he first showed up. That was the first song I sang. Oh shit! Hey Leon. Oh, so I have to wait for him to parry me first? I have to wait for the parry to kill him. So whack, that's so whack. Come at me. Are you dead? Brother. Not easy at all. Oh my god. Oh, Leon is too hot. Leon is very hot. I love him. Love him so much. This is my man, Senso. You ain't taking him away from me. Okay. You go here. Where did I come from? Did I go in here? I did. Fight me? Fuck! What? Stop on this! I will fight you! I will! Okay, I did not go here. No. Is it over here? I came from here? I don't remember. Oh yeah, I do remember. Never mind. Is there actually one here? So you better not be lying to me. I'm blind. I'm blind as a goat. It's not here. I don't hear anything. Fight. I am a feminist. Wait, oh my god, I'm blind. Okay. But that will change until I win. Okay. Go back again in the room? Are you lying to me? I feel like you're lying to me. I feel like it's not there. You know, I'm just gonna keep going. It's fine. Who cares about those dolls? There's no way I'm collecting 16 of them. I'm just telling you. How do I? Okay. There's a bear trap there. What is this? Can I break this? Nothing. Bear trap there. feel like I'm supposed to shoot these. No? They look so suspicious to me. Go back again? It's fine. It's fine. F. I need a key to go there. Disappointment. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, anything else here? Okay. Pistols? The background? Anybody here?
Not too shabby. Someone has shown up their neighbors.
Brown chicken egg. Wait, how many eggs do I have? 4? I can use it? How do I use it? Oh! Okay. Gotcha. Small key. Just, you know, casually robbing this place. You know, just casually robbing them. What's this? Old photos. Brown chicken egg? Was the chicken brown or is the egg brown? Or would the baby be brown? I don't know. What came first? The chicken or the egg? I personally think the chicken came first. Yes. I don't know the code. We will come back to that later. Oh shoot! What's this? Can I look at that? No? Okay. Go upstairs. Your mom. Ha ha ha. Thanks. Mix herbs. Alright. Save this. Chapter 1? What is my most recent save file? Is it this? There you go. Skull scope. What can I put away? Let me put this away. Store that. What? Handgun ammo. Okay. Shotgun ammo. Okay. This? What can I stack them? I can't. Egg over here. Ammo over here. We're gonna put like... No. Okay. This goes here. This here. This here. Or wait, let me put over here. I'm gonna organize my stuff here. Weapons Over here. No, no, no. No, I didn't mean to grab you. Okay. Go up here, please. Wait, I could. Oh my god, this. Could have done that. There we go. Okay. There we go. All right. Nice and organized. We love it. This. There we go. Okay. How long until the organization lasts? 5 minutes? What organization? What organization are you talking about? Alright. Illuminados. 4-3. In great veneration of their master, the people offered the most prized possessions. The old farmer, his finest crop, the slight swineherd, his soldest pig, the beggarly granim? Her granim? Am I saying that right? Her own beloved babe. The master saw these gifts and was pleased. Okay, crop, swineherd. I don't even know what a swineherd is. Pig and babe. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's the code for this. For this thingy, or not? We'll try. We're gonna try. Okay, it was crop, swineherd. What the heck is a swineherd? What is a swineherd? Is it this? And pig. No? Okay, maybe this is not a code. Hold on. It is so obvious to be the code though. Imagine mispronouncing. Imagine spelling, pronouncing wrong. It's Babe. But there's 4 though. There's 4 of them. Right? The old farmer, his finest crop. The slight swineherd. The soldest pig. Oh! Crop, pig, babe. Right? Crop, pig, babe. Crop, pig, babe. Not the hobby. Crop, pig, babe. Oh, you're so right. You're so right, babe. Crystal marble. Crystal marble. Whoa! Fuck! Shit! This fucking scared the fuck out of me. You fucking B-word! Oh my god! I thought this place was safe. Oh my god. I'm fine. Like, it's been a long day. Let's just pretend I never said that in the first place. It sounds like a good idea that we forget, don't you think? Yeah. Let's just let's just move on. You know, I didn't see nothing. I didn't see anything. Shan, do you know about the marble? Marbles in your mouth. Hey, you hush. You hush. Marbles. I love marbles. Alright, now I can put this here. No way, I have to do this. all about perspective, guys. Perspective. I think this is correct. Something like this. Yes? But this way. No? Okay. These are really close. So it has to be farther away. Oh, okay. Is that not right? Does it have to be flipped like this? Oh no, not flip. Fuck. Oh. This way. Right? It doesn't look right though. Oh, there you go. I love marbles. I love marbles too. Love marbles. I love marbles in my mouth. Okay, Village Breakers Volume 3. Date October 10. The weather has been strange of late. The wheat withers and the cow grows thin. December 8. There are signs of famine. It's true we lack the means to work the fields, but Lord Saddler's orders are absolute. January 30th. 30 people have starved to death. 5 cows will be slaughtered. March 11th. The patriarchs gather to cast lots. 6 more chosen for Lord Saddler. April, 8 more day. 8 more today. I can't read, guys. Date, 4 more today. Date, 11 more today. Date, 2 outsiders got lost and wandered into the village. We took them to the altar for the ritual. No need to cast lots today. What is lots? Huh. Oh, that's the guy who sells me stuff. Right? That's him, right? The weird guy who was like trading with me. Oh, welcome in, General Boots Riz. welcome. Leon Kennedy? More like Leon Drippany. Welcome in. How is your day? Wait, I didn't grab that. The thing on the right. This is my first gameplay of RE4. I'm General Grievous Maxing? Hey yo.
The blood has accepted the gift.
The gift? Who are you? Hey yo, it's Ada! Hey yo, it's Ada Wong? Oh my god. Ada Wong, my babe. Ada Wong, mommy, sorry, mommy, sorry, mommy. Oh god, I love Ada. Oh, this is the end of the chapter? Damn. Okay. Total CP 1400. Okay, chapter playtime 55 minutes. Enemies killed 45. I died 2 times. Accuracy 84%. Times damaged 11. Oh. Oh my god. And Leon doesn't even know that's Ada. He doesn't even know he's blind. Man's is in love and blind. I mean, he got his heart broken, you know, like in two, you know, basically. If you're interested, there's a DLC explaining why Ada is here. Really? Oh my god. I might actually look into it. Blinded by the love. Exactly. Exactly. Hold on. Wait, what the fuck did I click? Oh.
I've got that intel you requested on Louis.
Okay, we're back here.
It seems he used to be a researcher for Umbrella.
Umbrella? I should have left him in that bag to rot.
It's called Separate Ways. Separate Ways. Okay, okay. You're playing as Ada in that? I play as Ada in that? Oh my god. So you're role playing mom. Wait, okay. In RE4, am I just gonna play Leon? Like just Leon? Only? Just Leon? I don't get to play Ada? I mean, mommy? Mommy Ada? Okay. Before I press that, let me look. Oh yeah, I saw this already. Nothing else here for me to grab. Cope? No Ada? No Ada! Oh! Furge. Furge. Love Ada though. I'm smoking that copium WD-40 pack. Wait, I can't go up there though. Fuck, okay. What's the point of me pulling that then? Do I just go back? Okay, I go here. Okay, did that. Now let me save. Okay, chapter 3. Chapter 3. I don't have another knife. That's fine. Ruby? Okay. Thanks for the follow, General Boots Riz. Imagine not having Ada Cope. I know, right? Imagine. Also, do you go by a different name? Like, what do you like to be called? Like, just like the whole name? Welcome in, General Boots Riz. Riz. Ooh, I love it. Love Riz. Wink, wink. Get it? Cause charisma. Sorry. I feel like I'm missing something here. I saw that already. Is that everything? Is that actually everything? Okay. Since I have the key, I could just leave. That's right. That's right. My actual name is Riz. I'm not kidding. Really? Oh my god. And my actual name is Shen. Fenrir! Welcome in! Fenrir! Welcome, welcome! How are you? How are you? How is your day? How have you been? Is that dogs? Oh my god! Doggy! Doggy, oh my god. You better not hurt me. Okay. Doxing? Is it my name? Shinobi. And my actual name is Jakravis?
yourself, buddy.
Am I saying that right? Goat Shen where? Goat Shen here. Goat Shen here. I get bullied for my name being Riz? Really? I think Riz is actually like a really nice name. Like, not gonna lie, I grew up not even liking my name. It's alright. I felt, you know, I felt it. Okay. Go here. That means I could go here. Which key is it though? Is it this one? No, this one? That's good though, Fenrir. I'm glad you have a good day. No dog will kill. I'm not gonna kill the dog unless, you know, the dog tries to kill me first, you know? Okay. Go here. I hate dogs. You hate dogs? Oh my god. Since all these Gen Z shit, I started to embrace it. Like, I'm embracing the dark side of the Force. The Force. I've never seen Star Wars. No, I have never seen Star Wars before. I'm a fake fan. Yeah, I know. I've only seen the Mandalorian. That's it. And I played like one Star Wars Lego game on like the PS2. No, please! Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, but yo, these dogs are so like more feral than the other one. Than two. Oh my god. Sorry, dog. Who's the other one? I am so sorry. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro, yo. I like dogs. If I can pet them, I would. I love dogs, guys. I have 4 dogs. I have 4 doggos. Watch the Clone Wars is worth it. Yeah, I heard the Clone Wars is like one of the better ones. Like, it's a good show. Like everyone's favorite. You know? What? Huh? What's the channel moderation setting? What do you mean? What do you mean the channel moderation setting? What do you mean? Hold on. Oh!
Sorry, must have slipped.
Sorry, my leg slipped. Okay. I raided this house already. Okay. Go here. I would have been here already. Did I just go back? All the way back? I can't type it? Really? You can't type? Oh, are you getting blocked by, like, what's his freaking name? Automod? I don't know. He's like very pesky. Automod. Okay, over here. Oh my god. Go. My really nickname is Izzy, actually. Izzy. Why is he such a nice name? You wanna know something crazy? I do know an Izzy. Like in real life. I know an Izzy. Miss, were you just waiting by the door for me? Okay. Oh god. Because it was conflict with the channel moderation settings. Oh. Oh, is it? Is a good name? Guys, that's guys, be nice. Okay. So pun intended. You know, I expected that. Pun intended indeed. Okay, I can use this here. Riz, why don't you go Riz? Some people. Yeah, don't you have any charisma? Haha. Woo! No way, what the fuck? This is fucking snake hair. A viper? Viper? I hardly even know her. Ha ha ha. Huh? Get it? Huh? I am not maiden, in fact. Oh, maidenless. Oh. Oh. You're not maidenless? You have a maiden? Oh my god. W? W Riz? Actually? W Riz, actually? Oh my goodness. Riz comes from charisma, so you're basically correct. Yeah. I learned that recently too. That Riz came from the word charisma. The English language, you know? Crazy how it develops like that, you know? It's okay. I love making like puns with my names. Especially my name. Like my stream notification alert is come get a taste of this Synergy. Get it? Cause Synergy. What do I need here? A tooth? I need a tooth or something. A missing tooth. Charisma boss. Oh my goodness. I don't even know how to put that off. Ooh. W Riz. So that makes us on the warp path. Jesus Christ. Funny. That's hilarious. I will. Alright, merchant tip. Sick of constantly running out of ammo? Well, I have got a treat for you. The bolt thrower is something else, mate. It bolts can be retrieved and renewed, so you can keep shooting forever. Also, don't forget to buy the bolt recipe to turn your extra knives into, well, bolts. Never worry about ammo again. And that's not all. But wait! You can affix the bolts with attachable mines. Proximity explosive to quickly turn the weapon into a powerful mine thrower. Shoot at an enemy to see them explode instantly, or at a surface to set a proximity mine. You'll lose the bolt, but it'll be worth it. Oh, I see. So thank you for the redeem, Fenrir. You just stole my glasses. She's blind. I'm blind now. I'm blind. A chat war? Since you're in chat, I can be here. I can be there. You can be anywhere. He can get you. He can be me. He can even be Deshaun. That's how you started that stuff. Should stop with some shenanigans. Is that pun intended? Is that pun intended? Please? Yes? That's hilarious. Yo, fun fact! That was actually one of the nicknames my brothers gave me. Like shenanigans, shenanigans, come over here! Like you know, that's how they bullied me. Ha 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 ha. Know that you rat bastard in the barrel and a double barrel shotgun? Huh? Viper Hunter. A dear friend of mine is gravely ill and I very much like to treat them to some delicious vipers before they pass. I would never eat a snake. I don't know why. I would never. I don't know. I don't know. I love snakes though. Like I love them as like pets, you know? And like animals, but I would never eat a snake. Nope. Is there a snake charmer willing to lend a hand? So 3 vipers. 3 vipers? 3 vipers. Where do I find 3 vipers?
Welcome.
So I guess 18,000? Tune up. Knife. Flash grenade.
You get some bang for
Can
your
I? TMP? Special offer. Yeah, I might as well buy it, right?
Not only will you need cash, but you'll need guts to buy that weapon.
Okay. I need guts to buy that weapon. I see. Oh, should I buy that? I don't know.
Cash in your pocket or your life. Easy choice, mate.
Okay. TMP.
Well, then, what
Tune
can I
up.
do you
The shotgun?
for? If you want a fighting chance out there,
What about
you
pistol?
best tune up your kit.
Should I tune up my pistol? What, this one? I like ammo though. Increase power, fire rate. Let's do power.
Try that on for size.
Okay.
Anything else I can help you with?
Trade. Sell. Tune up. No. Why? Okay, I'm poor now. What is going on? I guess the war of being petty and puns on people's names starts now. I see. I'm gonna stock up on pipe bombs. I propose knife fight mid. I'll bring the miniguns and nukes. I'll bring the clock. The clock 3000. Ayo! I said it's prunk. You just like me for reals. For reals, right? For reals.
Get yourself killed now.
And I save the game. Actually, this is a good spot to end, alright guys? It's been 4 hours. It's been a good 4 hours, yeah. For sure, I'm gonna continue this, like, if not my next stream, probably Saturday, next Saturday. Yes. No, yes. And the last minute is just war crime becoming in chat. I know, I see that. You guys are all so silly. Silly goobers. Silly goobers. Stop the shenanigan. 3 hours of happiness and in the federal prison. Yes. 3 hours of happiness in federal prison. Noodle, you cheeky bastard. Oh, is that? That's kind of flirty there. Riz? I take pride in what I do. Whoa, what he do? Alright. This is a good spot. It's been 4 hours, right guys? Should I look for someone to stream? Not stream, what the heck? For someone to raid? Should I find someone who's also playing Resident Evil? RE Resident Evil 4. Let's see. Let's see. All right. Unless you guys have someone I could raid. You know. Hold on. Let me see if I had any friends online. Do I have friends? Let's see. Do you guys like to watch mahjong? Or do you guys like to watch? I want to stream someone who's playing Resident Evil. Resident? Oh, not stream. What the heck? Why do I keep saying stream? I want to stream someone who's playing Resident Evil. I don't know who to raid though. Unless you guys have someone to raid. Oh my god. I don't need to watch a mahjong stream. It's okay. Also, I found someone. I don't know who this person is. She's new. Oh, they are new? They're new? They're playing Resident Evil 2. Alright. Alright, everybody just go say hi. Just say I don't have a raid race, so just say go raid, I don't know. But RE2! Such a great game. I love RE2. Oh my god, WW, I love Leon Kennedy. This is the first sighting of Leon Kennedy. Alright. Thank you all for joining, thank you all for coming by, thank you all for the bits, thank you everyone for the subs, bits, gifted subs, thank you for the follows. I will see you guys next time. I don't know when my next stream is. I kind of want to do a morning stream. We'll see. Bye everyone. Paul, make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. Wink, wink. Bye shenanigans.